Morning. Blimey, that's loud. What's going on? Welcome to Queen's Park in Chesterfield. Let's start it properly. Day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Yorkshire. Yorkshire, I think they just about edged the first day. Jonathan Deutsch alongside me from BBC Radio Leeds at 283 for 5, but not just 283 for 5, because they'd already bowled Derbyshire out for 76 in under 28 overs, so they lead by 208. And James Wharton, a magnificent century yesterday, his maiden first-class century, 116 from 125 deliveries. Johnny Tattersall keeping him company, 41 from 61, and together they have so far put on 118 for the 6th wicket, which is, well, they've probably got too many runs already, in all honesty. So, weather permitting, this game could be over today. We will just have 96 overs. We lost 8 overs last night, but they can't be added on because they came after the 6:17 cut-off. And it was 6:17 because we lost 17 overs just before lunch. That was the official explanation this morning.
Can we have the more complicated explanation, please? That was a simple one.
I don't think there is a more complicated one. We just don't get them back anyway.
Good morning anyway, everybody.
Morning.
Yes, Yorkshire in what you might call a mildly advantageous position at the end of day 2.
And it's been gloriously sunny since I woke up this morning in Chesterfield until about 5 minutes ago. And this is interesting. We're going to see something we didn't see at all yesterday. We're going to see Mitch Wagstaff bowl from the lake end with his leg spin. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't bowl yesterday, but he didn't. Picked up 2 wickets in his first over in first-class cricket, you may remember, at Scarborough. It doesn't land the first delivery, it's full toss.
Well, there was a lot of drift there, Fletch.
Was there?
Yeah, a lot of shape in from outside off stump towards James Wharton.
I don't know if you've noticed, but we've moved slightly. So you've got an unimpeded view today.
I have.
As Wagstaff bowls, and it's guided into the offside by Wharton, and picks up the first run of the day, moves on to 117, 284 for 5.
Yeah, the selfless Dave Fletcher and his Derbyshire media and media colleagues have moved us slightly to the right.
This being an election week, some people have also moved slightly to the left. It's a balance. There's Wagstaff to bowl his 3rd delivery, which will be my final one before I go and do my 11 o'clock update. He bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Tattersall. He's going to get at least 1. In fact, he's only going to get 1 because in off the boundary comes Sam Connors, 285 for 5.
Thanks for coming. And so, Wagstaff with 3 to come in the over. Both batters have got themselves going for the day.
Morning. No?
It's better morning than yesterday. We've got sunshine at the moment. Sure. Might come up. Resuming the day 207 ahead. Thoughts and plans? Ideally, if they can, want to kick on for that.
Of course, I forgot you on the stream. Can you so that over's come to an end? As I said yesterday, apologies. It's the only way we can logistically do this very complicated operation that we have here at Chesterfield. First over of the day comes to an end. 286 for 5. The lead is 210, and Zach Chappell will bowl the first over from the pavilion end. Three runs off the Mitch Wagstaff over. Wharton on strike. In goes Chappell in bowling to Wharton, who defends the first ball. And there is no run. Yeah, morning, Peter. They would test anybody's optimism here at Derbyshire, because they frankly were woeful yesterday, and they're facing an uphill task, as you say. Yorkshire begin the day on 283 for 5. They've added 3 runs to that score. Derbyshire bowled out for 76 yesterday. It was really pathetic. At the moment, Yorkshire 286 for 5. They lead by 210.
But he was at pains to point out that it's not a bad deck at all, and he just thought that the Yorkshire bowlers had bowled extremely well and used the atmospheric conditions to swing the ball in particular, and there were 1 or 2 injudicious strokes as well from 1 or 2 of the Derbyshire batters, and it doesn't take much to tip the scales quite firmly in your favour in situations like that. Here's Chappell on his way in again. Wharton, ooh, now then pushing at 1. Couldn't quite see it as it went past him because Johnny Tapp was just obscuring the view, but certainly a lack of confidence in the stroke, and Zach Chappell maybe nibbling that one a little bit off the pitch. If you're watching the pictures, you'll have a better view than we do.
I wish I had your vocabulary, because I could have used injudicious shots instead of the word pathetic, which is what I just used in my 11 o'clock. I think they have the same effect overall, but...
Here's Chappell coming in again to Wharton, right behind it, and pushing into the offside, and there's no run. I'm just saying, James Wharton said last night it's not a bag of snakes out there. There's a bit of assistance, but really, you just have to bat well.
And conversely, if you bowl well, as Yorkshire did, put it in, as they say, the right areas,
yeah, I think
you get a reward.
I think without fear of exaggeration, Yorkshire were better with both bat and ball yesterday, and that's why we're in the position we're in.
I don't think there's much doubt about that.
Chappell in past umpire Pratt, straight and full, better than a number of deliveries that were bowled yesterday, and Wharton could only push that into the onside. There's no run.
The really annoying thing for me, well, one of the many annoying things for me, they lost Mitch Wagstaff early, but then Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest sort of steadied the ship and started the battle a little bit, but once one was out, just folded like the proverbial pack of cards.
I tell you what, the really annoying thing for me is when the people at the hotel reception say, is there anything we can do for you and all that? And you go, yeah, the hot tap's not working in the sea. Oh, well, we can't get a plumber until the end of the week. Well, I'm not staying till the end of the week. It's wide of off stump, this latest delivery from Chappell, and left 286 for 5 at the end of the over, so 3 added in the 2 overs this morning. You get that, and then you go for your breakfast, and these days, there's no...
You'd have had fruit, wouldn't you?
The coffee thing, yeah, always a fruit. Yeah. The coffee thing. If you want to go get a cup of coffee, it's always a machine now, isn't it?
Yeah,
and there's either a massive queue for the machine, or when you get there, like this morning, there's 2 machines, and one of them says it's out of the waste tank was almost full, so it wouldn't dispense any more coffee, and the other one, about 8 selections, but there's only 3 of them that have actually got the light on that say they're working. I mean, what is the point?
Mitch Wagstaff begins a new over. It's a slight misfield, slightly more than a slight misfield by Aaron Donald in the covers. The ball goes through his hands as he dived to his left, and they pick up another single. That single goes to Johnny Tattersall, who moves to 43, 287 for 5. Now Geoffrey Boycott just walking back after ringing the bell for the start of the day's play. Got a hat on with his own signature on the ribbon. There's confidence for you. I say confidence. I think they just picked up another single there. Wharton's moved to 119, so I couldn't take my eyes off Geoffrey's hat. 288 for 5. Next delivery. Turn. Oh, it's off a pad, possibly, off a bat, potentially, and as a result, the appeal for leg before wicket was not given.
Nigel Mallard, Chesterfield CC chairman, standing by. It looks like he's gone on a golf day, to be honest with you, today.
As Mitchell Wagstaff's in again.
Is there a pitch and putt just over by Puffin Billy?
There should be, shouldn't there? Yeah, they could do pitch and putt around there. It'd be really good, that. Give us something to do when there's a bit of drizzle in the air.
Which there will be later. So Ant's in my bag. Again, yeah.
Wagstaff bowls, he's dragged that one down a bit. Bowled it a little bit quicker.
Yeah, yesterday.
Leg side by Tattersall, yes.
An infestation of ants yesterday in Doidge's bag. Did you go check the carrier out? Just to make sure that I wasn't telling you porkies. There were hundreds in there by the end of the day.
I've seen one this morning. Yeah. Wagstaff bowls wide of the off stump.
You were heroic in crushing it.
Yeah. There he goes.
Yeah, now he's off to the first tee.
You wouldn't use the word athlete, would you?
Quick bowler, he said to me. Quick left armour.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Back in the day.
I did an evening with Ryan Sidebottom for Chesterfield CC back in March. And 3 left armers all sitting around the table of varying degrees of ability, I think.
Where did you rank in that trio? Second.
In the varying bit. So, Ryan Sidebottom, whose swing bowling was not dissimilar to that of Vishwa Fernando yesterday morning. 288 for 5 and 119 to Wharton, who's on strike to face Chappell, who is bowling wide of off stump, and there's no run. So we're ranking the various different apps are saying we're probably going for about tea time-ish onwards or something like that, possibly a bit of precipitation.
Yeah,
that's rain.
The rain radar suggests that the rain will arrive around about lunchtime.
Oh, right, lunchtime, okay.
And possibly stay for a couple of hours.
Could be curtains then.
It'd be nice if we had some curtains, because we're going to get very wet.
Chappell down the incline, pushed into the offside backward of point by James Wharton, who's going to pick up the 1 run. Ross Whiteley out there doing the fielding. 120 to Walt, 289 for 5.
People, I feel really sorry if anybody's in Southport today, for whatever reason, because once it hits Southport, it's not going to leave. It's unusual because it rarely rains in the northwest, as everybody knows. I got back from Lord's, 30-degree heat, 4 days, put my washing in the washing machine, and as soon as I did that, the heavens opened in Bolton.
It's good to know that you actually graduated to doing some washing now. Might get rid of the odour as Chappell is in and Tattersall solidly behind that back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I like doing a bit of washing, actually. It's very satisfying.
Just been talking to Yorkshire and Diamonds President Jane Powell, who did the Diamonds game on the stream, the Yorkshire CCC stream, in my absence yesterday, the whole 100 overs. And she now realises how tough a job we've got. I mean, forget digging holes. This is the
coalface, isn't it? Really,
yeah,
the modern day coalface.
What it's all about. As Chappell's in, Tattersall leaves. That was nipping back in towards off stump and was a very good leave, as it turns out, through the Brook Guest. And they don't understand, do they, people?
It's not just talking.
And it's the imbeciles we've got to deal with all around here. You know, I think they're facilitating great media work, but
I refuse to join in.
That's very unlike you. Any excuse to stab somebody in the back. He's hung me out to dry there. Chappell turns at the end of his run, and he's in and bowling to Wharton, It takes off on its way through to Guesters. No, I didn't mean it, Stephen. Didn't mean it at all. Henry's not listening. Don't take it personally.
Henry's not listening.
Completely zones out when I'm on commentary.
It's a handy filter to have, though.
It is
it?
very good. I think well, as many Yorkshire supporters have been telling me on my few laps around the ground before the start, they usually press mute when I'm on, and it's great commentary at that point. Chappell bowling to Tattersall, who tries to flick that away down leg and then swishes his bat in frustration that he thinks he should have got runs, and he probably should, but he missed out on this occasion. 43 not out to him, 120 to Wharton, 289 for 5, and I think that is now for 5 overs bowled this morning. Yeah.
4.
No, 5, because we've done.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, 4. You're right. You are absolutely spot on.
Mitch Wagstaff started, didn't he? And he's going to continue from the leg end with his leg spin. 289 for 5, 122 James Wharton on strike. Wagstaff bowls a very floaty delivery, very wide of the off stump, and it's just pushed away out towards the cover boundary where it's fielded by Ross Whiteley.
You know that Wi-Fi password that was kicking around all day yesterday? Any ideas where it is?
I've got a copy of it somewhere. There we go. So Wagstaff is in again, and that one is... He tries to turn Tattersall into the leg side. It just thuds into his...
Is it secret password, this one? 1, 2, 3...
If you could read it without saying it out loud, because I'm not sure how great the bandwidth is. Everybody in the ground using it. The next delivery is a full toss, clipped into the leg side. A dive there from Alex Thompson fails to stop it. It's going towards the boundary. It'll be kept inside the rope by Sam Connors. And as a result, they pick up 2 runs. 45 now to Tattersall, 292 for 5. Another decent crowd in for a Monday, certainly, as this one is cut away off the back foot out to Ross Whiteley, who hurls the ball back in. They take another single, 46 to Tattersall, 293 for 5 now, Yorkshire. You can always tell when the rain is coming, I think, because the wind is starting to get up. I don't think that's a good sign at all, as Wharton defends this next delivery from Mitch Wagstaff straight back to him. So he picks up and turns the tall figure, Mitch Wagstaff. And he made a couple yesterday. It's his first appearance of the season. Bowls. That one is smashed out towards mid-wicket, and it's gone for 6. Dear oh dear. He's got hold of that one. As Wharton, that's his 3rd 6 of his innings. He moves to 127, and Yorkshire at the end of the over, 299 for 5.
Yeah, it's a fair hit down there, isn't it? Probably just about the longest boundary on the ground, perhaps.
I wonder if anybody could get it into the leg.
All right, I did challenge Tomo this morning. I said, when you get out there today, Tomo, I want to see you hit it into the lake. And typical of Tomo, he didn't go, yeah, you're joking, her. He said, right, yeah, okay, I'll do my best, Dodge. You can see the cogs turning, so I take full responsibility if he skies one first ball in trying to hit the lake.
I don't like it when they accept a challenge. He went down to Lords with a short bound. He said to one of the Derbyshire batters, short bound, it's difficult to ignore.
Chappell to Tattersall, short length delivery, pushed into the offside, no run. So they're 1 run short of a second batting point here, Yorkshire, and still loads of time if they're going to press on for the other 3 that are available, if they're good enough to get there, that is.
Yeah, 63 overs only.
And that breeze is pretty stiff this morning. The 2 flags away to the scoreboard side of the ground are leaning at an angle, which they weren't doing quite so much yesterday. Blowing across the ground, not sure what the direction that is, as Chappell's in. Tattersall shoulders arms. Well, I know it's that way, but I mean...
I think it might be south, but I'm not sure.
South.
I'm not sure. Have you got a compass on you?
I've got a compass, yeah.
Excellent. Did we not do this last year?
We probably did, I think, yeah. So we're facing...
Oh, we're facing north, are we?
Yeah.
Blimey.
So it's a westerly, yeah. So slightly north of westerly.
So northwesterly then.
Slightly north of westerly. Not northwesterly, which is slap bang in the middle, isn't it? It's
sort of east north,
west northwest.
east northeasterly.
West northwest. Chapel. Short of length delivery again. Tattersall cuts this one to Ross Whiteley, who's fairly tight at point, and there is no run. So yeah, 91 overs remaining in the day, as Fletch mentioned. In case you missed that, no additional overs today, so the time lost yesterday is just lost because it was after the scheduled cut-off of 6:17.
It became 6:17, the cut-off, yeah.
Chapel. He was chipper when he came and stood by yesterday morning. Not sure if he's quite as chipper now as Tattersall pushes one to Connors at mid-on.
We walked down to the changing room yesterday, and as players do, who are you speaking to? I suppose Lewis Rees is coming out. And he just turned around and went, good luck. I walked off. Oh dear. And Lou's first answer was as short an answer as I think I've ever received to a question. And at that point I'm thinking, oh dear.
It wasn't the question of not a great day at the office, was it? And he just went, no.
No.
Chapel in. Ooh, Tattersall pushes forward on the ball's original line, which is inside where it goes by, dot ball.
I actually said to him, I said, there have been some bad days this season, Lou. Where does that rank?
And he went, bottom.
Well, yes. But it was a really short answer, and I thought, oh dear. But no, he was all right. He always is. They always are.
Was it a short answer or was it a short, curt answer? Did you feel like you were being admonished?
There was a bit of curtness in there, it felt. Yeah.
Stupid question.
Yes. I thought it was perfectly legitimate.
Stupid boy. Chapel to Tattersall, who's shouldering arms to another one wide of off stump that will complete the over at 299 for 5. Yeah, I don't, in terms of classic questions like that, I always go back to one of my favourite horse races, the 2008 Gold Cup, when Denman beat Corto Star and Ruby Walsh, the jockey, had the choice. He rode them both, but they were in the same race, so clearly couldn't. And that one had to make a choice, and he chose Corto Star.
He was good, but he wasn't that good.
But Denman won the race, and afterwards, Derek Thompson on Channel 4 said, do you wish you'd chosen the other one now? And Ruby, at the ultimate, riding competitor sort of things, you could see his face set, and he went, that's possibly the most stupid question I've ever been asked.
But Wagstaff begins and you have a Boston Wharton who clips it into the leg side. It's fielded by Rees.
Sorry, Tomo, to bring that one up again.
Well, it's always awkward, isn't it? And you've got to ask somebody who's just not won something or who has had a bad day. To ease your way in. That one's down the leg side. Nicely taken by Buck Guest.
I think that one of the benefits of us following teams around all the time is that those become easier. I think,
yeah.
That nobody's really going to punch your lights out if you ask a tough question.
Or a stupid one, which is good. Good for me, anyway. That one is defended by Wharton into the onside once again. Good start to the over. There's the 7th bowler used by Derbyshire. Mitch Wagstaff. David Lloyd could bowl. As this next one is coming off his pad and going into the leg side. We can't see any. Oh, there is it. Yeah, -5. Bottom left-hand side of the scoreboard, which is obscured by that lady sitting in the chair. But you can just see it. Derbyshire's over rate is -5, which is presumably why Mitch Wagstaff is bowling.
What happens if you go off at -5 and you can't get it back in the match? Do you lose the points you've got in this game and 2 from your previous match? or 3 from your previous match as it stands at the moment?
You can get minus points from a game. This one is turned into the leg side by Wharton for a single. That's the 300 up for Yorkshire. 300 for 5 as Wharton moves on to 128.46 to Tattersall at the end of the 65th over of the innings.
You can't get minus point. I mean, Yorkshire got -48 last season.
No, yes, but I'm not going to get dragged into that either. But you can get -2, -3 from a single game, and at the moment that's where Derbyshire are heading, or headed, depending on which you prefer.
Indeed. So Wharton on strike. All's been quiet so far, which Yorkshire will be pleased about. As Chappell comes in to bowl to Wharton, who's thinking about pushing forward. Possibly did push forward, but didn't get any connection on it. Good morning to you, Bent Nielsen. Let us have some more batting points while we're at it. He says this pitch is actually quite a good one. Rewards good batting and bowling. Kudos to the ground staff.
Yeah, certainly nothing wrong with it.
No. Yorkshire lad says, just driven down to Somerset and the rain will be with you by 12:37 and sadly it will be with you until the end of the day. Just enough time for Tats to get his 50. As in comes Chappell, it's wide of off stump.
If he's in Somerset, he's got no idea what time the rain's going to come in unless he's looked at an app. And the apps don't tell us much because the rain's coming from the northwest. And he's in the southwest. Yeah, well, it's only just down the road, I grant you.
West, northwest, please, come on, let's be accurate with our descriptions.
Over there.
So, Chappell turns again and makes his way in past umpire Neil Pratt, right arm over the wicket. It's wide of off stump and Wharton just has a little flick at this one, wide of off stump, runs it down through third man, which is vacant, and picks up 4 runs. He's into the 130s now. That 90-something yesterday, and that flurry of runs he said afterwards. Did you notice when I got to 90? I just wanted to whack it out of the park and get to 100 as quick as I could. No hanging around in nervous 90s. He doesn't talk like that, really. He said, "Oh, I got to 90, did you?" Chappell.
Carry on, Wharton.
Fielder just brought in a little closer to short extra cover, and he's gone for the Yorker there, but it was wide of off stump. Would have been a reasonable delivery in white ball cricket, but it's of no real consequence in this particular contest. And there is no run. Yeah, dawn breaks, and what was the other one? Dawn breaks. I can't remember now.
I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
You're a carry-on expert. Dawn breaks. Which carry-on film was she in?
It's been camping, hasn't it?
Chappell in, who was short this time, and Wharton sways out of the way of the dot ball. Dawn breaks. There is a horse that runs at the moment called Firkham Hall, and I think that was where the was that not where the beauty pageant took place in one of them?
Well, that was Carry On Girls.
Dawn breaks. There you go. I knew that character stuck in the mind. In comes Chappell. It's full and defended by Wharton. Pushed up to David Lloyd at mid-off to complete that over at 304 for 5. So 8 overs completed this morning, and Yorkshire moved from 283 to 304 without further loss.
I mean, too much alarm as well, it must be said. The thing that worries me most is that when they have put the ball in a decent area, when Zach Chappell has put it in a decent area, it has gone past the edge of the bat. A couple of occasions, it not particularly close to the edge of the bat, but Yorkshire's bowling was far more accurate than Derbyshire's has been throughout this contest yesterday. As a new over from Mitch Wagstaff begins, it's stroked into the offside by Johnny Tattersall and fielded by an Aaron Donald in the covers. So when Derbyshire eventually bat again, which they will at some point today, you would have thought it could be a problem. Cut into the offside off the back foot by Tattersall.
I think it was
another single, 305 for 5.
I do struggle with short-term memory. It says day after day now. But I think last night when we were out, I think it was Nye's dad, Andrew, who said he'd played lacrosse once.
Really?
He said it was a very dangerous game.
He's gone for a cut shot there as Wharton and missed it.
Have you ever played lacrosse?
No.
No.
No. I had a relative by marriage who was captain and manager of the England lacrosse team. That hits his pad outside the leg stump, Wharton. It goes into the leg side.
You'll doubtless have exploited the free tickets,
No.
cucumber sandwiches and pims.
No. Well, in the north of England, and in the northwest especially, it's not really an upper-class sport.
Is it not?
No. No. This one is driven by Wharton past Wagstaff, but straight to the field at mid-off, who is Darren du Pavillon.
You kind of don't obviously see a lacrosse club when you drive. You see a rugby ground, a rugby club, and a football ground and a cricket ground. You turn left at the lacrosse club.
This one has been launched down the ground. That's 6. Out towards long on, and it hits the wire fence and bounces to the ground over the head of David Lloyd. The 4th 6 of Wharton's innings. He moves up to 138, 311 for 5 at the end of the over. Nice shot.
It was, and he
Picked it up well.
he barely seemed to put much bottom hand into it, even though he didn't lever it up in the air. It felt like he just timed it superbly. To be honest with you, James, though, it's hit the net only about 8 feet, something like that, up in the air. It needs to be, give it some oomph. Clear the net.
It will be quite the hit when Thompson sticks it into the lake later on, certainly.
Yeah, the next challenge after that will be, can he hit Puffin Billy as it's on its way around? Chapel is going to continue at the pavilion end at 3-1-1 for 5 Yorkshire, and Tattersall on strike, and he's solidly behind this latest delivery, pushing to Wagstaff in the offside, no run. There's a reasonable attendance again today, more around about the same as there were probably about an hour before the football yesterday. A few people had already drifted off before that, but once it was within half an hour of kick-off time, there was a fairly sizable exodus. Chapel to Tattersall, straight blade, pushes to Connors at mid-on. No run. You can get in touch on @SportingLives1 or @FletchSport, or even BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com.
FletchCricket@gmail.com if you want. It's up to you. I'm not bothered. I'm going to put this headphone in there for a minute.
Chapel in again. Straight ball. Tattersall turns it square. Thompson jogs after it, and they get through for 1. Alex Thompson, well, that experiment didn't appear to work so well yesterday, did
For
it?
23.
Yeah. Maybe just a little on the expensive side, slightly over the rate. De Pavillon 1 for 54 from 10. Connors 1 for 88 from 15. Rees 2 for 61 from 18. Ross Whiteley 1 over for 1, and Mitch Wagstaff so far 5 overs for 23, as Chapel is bowling to Wharton, who's slightly awkward in playing that with an open face through the covers, but did manage to keep the ball down. 1 run. And Chapel in his 17th over at this moment in time has 1 for 51, including 6 maidens. Come on, Chappie is the shout. Where do they get these nicknames from? Chapel, shirt hanging out, 32 on his back, comes in and bowls. Tattersall turns it backward of square leg, one of his favourite areas. Gets 1 and he's back for a second, and that will bring him a half century, and a well-earned one at that. Chanceless 50 for Johnny Tattersall, 29 years of age, and a 15th first-class half-century for him to go with a couple of tons, averaging going on for 34 now, which is not to be sniffed at in first-class cricket. And we'll wait for an announcement on how many balls it was, because my laptop's a little bit behind. It's about 87 or 88.
87, I believe.
Chapel is in, turned into the leg side by Tattersall once again. Thompson fields, end of the over, 315 for 5, but yeah, typically wristy half century from Tattersall. It was confirmed as 87 balls and 6 fours for JT. Well played to him. And this partnership now, what's it worth?
150.
Bang on. Very, very good, because at 165 for 5, a couple more quickies there.
Yeah.
Different
Derbyshire
game.
was sort of in the game, weren't they? They're not in it anymore. Haven't been for a long time, but field reasonably spread now, especially on the leg side. There's a long leg who's warming up, Alex Thompson. Sam Connors at square leg, and a long on as well for Mitch Wagstaff, who bowls a full delivery first up to Wharton. It's a nice stop there by David Lloyd. He picks up another single, 140.
Magnificent tweet from Stephen Mann says, it's been a poor season
Yes.
for Derbyshire, but Sporting Lives, can you thank Fletch Sport for providing us with the highlight of the season last night by going upstairs for the toilet in the Pig and Whistle? No doubt a set-up by Dave Griffin.
Well, it wasn't a set-up, as this next one is edged and caught. And Johnny Tattersall has got, it isn't given. It must have just turned out of something, because that was taken by Wayne Madsen at first slip. I was fairly sure he'd got an edge on it, but umpire says no. Tattersall going nowhere, as he's perfectly within his rights to do.
Computer said no.
316 for 5. I'll come back to Stephen Mann's highly amusing tweet as this next delivery is driven by Tattersall.
Did you not read the overhead signs?
It's not
Or
like
is that toilet?
it's clearly not like Stephen to be funny. He never has been in the past. I just assumed it was upstairs. I have no idea why I got all the way to the top and then was hauled back or called back by the member of bar staff, because I was going into somebody's private quarters, I think. They've scampered through for a single there, 317 for 5. I got a round of applause as I got back down to the bottom of the stairs from all concerned.
What, an hour later?
Well, no, I came
When you went
straight
to the
I
private
came-
quarters
no,
with some
no.
oils around and things like that?
Well, no, because I didn't go in there. I was called back down. It's all very amusing, I'm sure, as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Wharton. And there's no run. Just looking at that one, it's just turned. The one that Wayne Madsen called at first slip, it's just turned out of some rough. Or something, as this one is turned into the leg side by Wharton, a little airily. Short leg might have been interested, but he wouldn't have played the shot. There'd been a short leg there. It's the end of the over, 317 for 5.
John Furbisher says, stupid questions. A former colleague of Fletcher's and mine covered Notts County when managed by Jimmy Cyril. Another thumping had begun with a goal on the stroke of half-time. Our colleague opened with, bad time to concede, Jimmy. Cyril, can you name a blinking good time?
Yeah. Is that the John Furbisher?
Apparently. It's the John _ Furbisher, actually.
Yes, used to be the editor at the Halifax Courier. Colleague might be stretching it, John, but he was my boss. Alex Thompson's coming on, look.
He is. Here we go. Two overs for 23 so far. Zach Chappell has a breather, does a bit of stretching at mid-on, and Tattersall, who survived that appeal in the previous over, will be the man on strike. He's on 51, so 317 for 5, a stand of 152 unbroken thus far for the 6th wicket. Thompson, well, he just walks up to the pitch just to make sure that there is a line there for him to put his foot behind as he delivers. And he's going to come in right arm around the wicket. Ball is off spin, it's a bit straight first up. He's loosening, and Tattersall's picked him off for a single backward of square leg. They've got a sweeper out backward of point for the right-handers. There's a cover mid-off. Zach Chappell's just almost joining us in the commentary position at long on, right on the boundary, straight mid-wicket, cow corner, deep backward square, and a man 45 behind square, as well as Madsen at slip as Wharton turns this latest delivery into the leg side. That is fielded by Lewis Rees.
He managed to smile, Zach, when he arrived at the boundary's edge for us.
What a fine chap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wharton waits. Ooh, this one just slides on, really. No turn of any significance. And he plays and misses this time. Having never scored a first-class ton prior to this innings, James Wharton has 150 in his sights at this stage. And Thompson is in. Wharton goes back foot, watches it nicely on. Turns into the leg side, no run.
It's been summoned for my 11:30
at 11:36. Yeah, it's good to see that they're timely back at BBC Radio Derby.
Actually said, can you do it in 5 minutes?
Thompson is in. Wharton turns that one backwards square, just making sure there is no leg by signal. And there isn't. He's on to 141 the total. 319 for 5. 11:30, 11:41.
Well, if they're having them, there's more coming from Liam.
As Tattersall turns this into the leg side, and there's no run to complete the over. Jim Green says, question, suggestion for Fletch, if a bad day. Have you thought what to do when you're no longer playing cricket? I'm sure you've had worse games. Any suggestions? Can you name any Derbyshire highlights from today? Is rain the best we can hope for?
Yes. Yes. I think that might be fair enough. Yes, I think asking somebody if they've ever thought what they might do after they're playing cricket in the middle of a very bad game would be terminal.
Yeah.
Mitch Wagstaff from the Lakehead bowling to Wharton. Steps back, pushes it square on the offside out to Ross Whiteley, and they go through for a single.
Bloke pushes back or leaves 20 deliveries, and then his 21st he just skies it and gets caught for a duck. Did you mean to bat so badly?
Could have asked some of the bowlers what the pitch is like, but they haven't used it really, so yeah. The next delivery is pushed back to Wagstaff.
Yeah, I know you didn't land many, but had you done so, do you think the pitch might have offered something?
It's Wagstaff. Doesn't land that one, actually. He's turned into a full toss by Tattersall, just leaning forward and clipping it into the leg side out towards Connors for a single. He moves to 53 at 321 for 5.
Because, of course, they're all so competitive, generally speaking, that you do get challenged if you slightly misphrase your point or question.
Wagstaff's next delivery is played straight back to him by Wharton.
Looked difficult for you early on, when he's out for 4.
I should find you ask one question, you ask a question and you think, well, I better qualify that, and the question ends up being longer than the answer.
Yeah.
This one is driven by Wharton up towards David Lloyd, and there's no run.
It's poor journalism if you've got to qualify your question. I do it all the time.
Yeah, so do I. And then when you hear it back, of course, then you're thinking, oh no, just get on with it. Just get to the end of the question, you fool. Is Wagstaff again. It's a loopy delivery, which is driven back to him by Wharton. It's the end of the over. I'm going to go because I'm doing a quiz.
You're going over to the other side, are you?
Going to the other side with Yorkshire on 321 for 5.
Excellent. Well, there we are, folks. We'll have a séance and see if we can recontact with Fletch at some point during this morning session.
No. Yes.
Thompson.
Hello, Ian. Yes.
Going to continue at the
Hello. Yes. Scarred by day one. Day one was atrocious. Derbyshire bowled out for 76 in 27 overs and 4 balls. I used the word pathetic earlier. I don't think that's too strong a word. It might even have been worse than that. As bad a day of cricket as we've seen this season. 321 for 5 now, Yorkshire. Now that I've sorted out getting rid of Jonathan Deutsch from BBC Leeds, who's co-commentating with me. They started on 283 for 5. James Wharton's moved on to 142. He didn't have a century to his name in first-class cricket before this match. 142 not out. Johnny Tattersall on 53. The lead, well, is humongous now. It's almost not, well, I can't calculate it because my maths is appalling, but I can tell you that the lead is now 245 runs. There is a threat of rain, though, so that might save Derbyshire. It will at least put off the inevitable, I think, over the course of the next 4 days. Yes. Yes. Well, it's strange because Derbyshire at the start of the season they were having bad sessions. So 3 sessions in a day, they'd be bowl well for 2 or bat well for 2, and then be awful for a third. They've got that awfulness down to an hour now, but they've sort of intensified that hour so it's as bad as a bad session. And it must be so frustrating for Mickey Arthur. It's certainly frustrating to watch, and it must be frustrating for the players as well. They're not going out there, and we all know this, they're not going out there to play poorly. But for the first hour, three-quarters of an hour yesterday morning, after they'd won the toss and decided to bat, they battled quite hard. And then they just folded like the proverbial pack of cards. They lost 5 wickets for 10 runs before lunch yesterday. They went from 35 for 1 to 45 for 6. And it's game over. It's game over. Well, I wish somebody, well, yes, that somebody needs to, absolutely. Oh. Okay. Right, where I was brought up, as I think we've discussed in previous years. Yes. Yeah. Of which we have 2. Yeah, it's okay, but a couple of supporters have brought us pork pies from local pork pie shops, which is fantastic. So yeah, we are looked after. Yeah, we are looked after. Porky. Oh dear. I've never heard of it, but I'm going to say Porky again. That's a bit disrespectful. The mayor of Chesterfield's just walked past. I'm going to say Porky. Yes, near Fang Foster, if we had that one. That's definitely real. No. Oh, God. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, beautiful little area. Ooh, a goose seat. Loose seat. No. I would imagine so, yes, in Yorkshire. Yeah. No. Is it true? No. There's lots of gates, aren't there, in places like York? No. Oh. No. Fanny Barks. No. No. I'm trying to work out what you're allowed to get away with and what you're not now. Yes. It is only a matter of time. I'm saying no to that. No, I don't. Oh, okay. I'll do my best.
When you put that in the context of this match, and it's going to be Thompson to continue at this pavilion end.
Shambolic, that, I'm afraid. I got there just as he was finishing the question to me, so I didn't really know what the question was. And I thought I answered the question quite nicely, then I heard in my ears, we can still hear your co-commentator because I hadn't switched your button off, so you were commentating over the back of me.
Excellent.
Absolute mess.
That would have enhanced the broadcast, obviously.
Well, they didn't say get rid of him, they just said that they could hear him.
So, I'm not sure I really wanted to see Nye Donald's pants, but we just have done because he's whipped his trousers down, put his shin pads underneath, and he's now making his way back onto the pitch, and he's going to go out, presumably in close at some point, although he appears to be, yeah, he's just discarded his, or he's discarding his cap to put the helmet in place, and he's going in at leg slip here, so he's putting his final touches to his preparations, and in comes Thompson. It's driven down the ground by Wharton. Zach Chappell round to field, and they get one. Yeah, I was thinking of an interview. Don't know what, you've just sparked something off, and I can't remember how you started it now, but
no, I didn't mean
Joe Root came to speak to us at Headingley a few weeks ago after a day's play. And he gave me an answer which lasted about 6 minutes. I timed it, whatever, I didn't time it back, but, I thought, oh, that's the start, and there's roughly the end. It was a 6-minute long answer. After which he said, I asked him one more question, he said, I thought I might have covered everything you were going to ask me there, Doige. That was class. And I said, no, unfortunately, you missed a bit, so here's another question.
Are you sure we haven't finished?
So 3.29 for 5, just had a man moved around to 45 behind square. So no cow corner at the moment as Tattersall. He's going to get this one finer than the man 45 behind square and pick up 4 runs. That's a lovely little paddle sweep and just a little bit too leg stumpish on its original trajectory by Alex Thompson. It's the sort of shot we see regularly in white ball cricket, but not as often in red. And Tattersall into the 60s, 61. 333 for 5. Buffin Billy likes to get involved, and Tattersall flicks another one off his legs. Good use of feet out to Whiteley. He'll keep him to 1.
You know the election's getting real, don't you, when you get invited to Radio Stoke's election night WhatsApp group?
Really?
Yeah.
I think I should have been doing some election broadcasting on Thursday. Never done it before. It would be quite interesting for a change. Thompson is in. That's turned into the leg side by Wharton. No run. I'm not sure if by now probably dismissed off any lists for that back at Radio Leeds. Or Doige. Dear me. So Thompson's in, and good delivery, gets through James Wharton. Bit of pad, bit of bat. A very optimistic appeal, if that one was supposed to be a regulation off spinner. And in he comes again. Wharton once more, just playing the sensible option, easing it down the ground to Zach Chappell for another one to complete that over. He's on 147, 335 for the loss of 5 wickets. The 61 that Tats has on the board is, 62 is his highest first-class score of the campaign, so he'll be a happy man, averaging 36 in 2024 with 3 half-centuries to his name.
Spin at both ends as that -5 remains on the board for the over rate. In comes Mitch Wagstaff, who's launched out into the offside possibility of a catch, and the diving effort there from Ross Whiteley out in the deep. It was a good effort by Whiteley, to be fair. He's diving full length. He did get his hands to it though, so straight away Doige writes down dropped catch. Which is a little harsh, but it is true. But Ross Whiteley did what he could. Wharton dropped on 147. He came through for 2 runs there, so he's moved on to 149. And now he has 150 to his name because he's tapped that one up towards long on. 150 off, 180 deliveries with 24s and 4 sixes. It's a strange one, isn't it, the 150?
Yeah,
because it isn't a thing.
No.
50 and 100 is a thing, 200 is a thing.
Yeah,
150 is not a thing, but it seems to be a thing.
Yeah.
It's never recorded anywhere, but it's still a very, very good achievement by James Wharton, as this next delivery is defended by Johnny Tattersall. Straight into the ground, and there's no run. 3-3-8 for 5.
Hence the fact that you commentated on it rather than me, because it's just
Well,
one of those things.
I think it's a thing, is it? I would have gladly passed it over to you, but I'm not sure it's a thing. That one is pushed out of the offside by Tattersall. And there's no run. It was a tough chance for
It was, but very tough. It would have been a worldie, wouldn't it,
but
if
he
got to take it.
sort of got there. Turning to the leg side, the next delivery from Wagstaff by Tattersall. They've run the first one, and they're coming back for the second as it's picked up by Sam Connors. 64 now to Tattersall. 340 for 5.
What it was the first real false stroke of the day, 50 minutes in.
Yes, yes. They're playing the long game here, Derbyshire. This one is defended by Tattersall. Very, very long game. 3:40 for 5 at the end of the over. 150 to Wharton, 64 to Tattersall. The lead is 264. You see, I'm not sure it's a thing to be announced either. But there we go.
I don't see why not, myself.
Well, why not do...
It's a better achievement than 100. So why not tell you?
Yeah, but so's 110. I mean...
Well, why bother with 50 then?
Well, that's a good question. Your lights are on the Yaris. Get out there quickly. You'll have a flat battery. Fortunately, the car park's on a hill.
Thompson to Wharton with a solid forward defensive push. In the zone, James Wharton here. But I've got to say, this morning it's just been regulation, sensible pushes around, mainly for singles. I'd love to know what the combi of scoring has been on the sheet. If I was to see John Potter's wagon wheel, as Wharton mistimes his little punt into the onside and picks up one.
Whose wagon wheel do you want to see?
James Wharton's this morning, if you've got it.
Oh, this morning? I can't do this morning.
No, come on.
I can only do for his innings.
Thompson, Tattersall. Solid block into the onside, no run, but the vast majority of runs this morning have been in ones. Just taking advantage of the two players set back, or any other players who have been, or just pushing it into a gap without necessarily taking any major risks. On most occasions, Tattersall whips this one along the deck into the onside Reese fields, and they get one towards mid-wicket.
Not sure what his wagon wheel for his entire innings tells us, really, other than that he can play all the way around the wicket.
I said that to him last night, funnily enough.
Yeah. The sixes have come on the onside, 2 straight and 1, or 3 straight, in fact.
Oh, this one slanted across, Wharton by Thompson, but he leaves. Is that on NV play?
Yeah.
All right, okay, I didn't know you could get that.
Yeah, go to stats. And there we go.
Magnificent.
I can't really read wagon wheels.
Thompson is in, and that's blocked by Wharton. Final ball of the over, 3:42 for 5. You'd rather eat them. They're smaller, like everything, aren't they, these days?
Well,
compared to what
they
were
are genuinely smaller, no question about it.
back in the day.
Nick Potts on as a subfielder today.
You got a good inch more, didn't you?
Yes, yeah. Those were the days. 3:42 for 5, 151 to Wharton, 65 to Tattersall. And Rich Wagstaff to continue from the Lake Emma. He's been bowling since play began today. It's his 10th over, 36 runs conceded so far. He bowls wide of the off stump and it's pushed out into the offside by Tattersall, and there's no run.
Interestingly, Tats has played nothing whatsoever in the V. The closest he's got is right on the edge of the V to the onside of it.
Is Tattersall pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm going to use this much more often now. I've found it, yeah. This is exciting, this. And James Wharton has played, as you said, all around the ground.
He has. I know how to read him. Wagstaff in. Tattersall, a bit of a leading edge there into the offside. Backward square, Chapel Fields. Backward point. Sorry, Radio Leeds and Yorkshire Stations listeners, as you're being described wagon wheels for the rest of the season. Here comes Wagstaff, and that one turns.
It's an invaluable addition to enhanced commentary, I think.
Yes, that's what I meant, and I apologise to all the listeners. You had that other thing, didn't you? You not got that other thing anymore? The stats one.
Oh, even Harrison, Yorkshire analyst, who I haven't seen down here, I don't think he's here. He's probably got his feet up at home, eating a wagon wheel. He's sent me a wagon wheel.
Of this morning?
Yeah,
Excellent.
James Wharton today.
Yes,
Then you see he's better than you.
Well, of course he's better than me. That's what he gets paid
He gets paid a
for.
fortune at Yorkshire for that.
That was a dot ball, and that's another dot ball that turns away from Johnny Tattersall. 3:42 for 5 at the end of the over. But that's what he does.
Yeah.
I don't do that. That's not what I do. That's what he does.
This morning, 35 runs from 58 balls, strike rate of 60. 17 ones, 1 2, 1 4 and 2 sixes. So I think my comment that the majority of them were in ones is fairly accurate.
Absolutely. Well done to the man for doing his job.
Thank you, Harrison. I'm not sure if I know him well enough to call him Hazard or something like that, but there's some nickname.
Harry.
In comes, Thompson, that's wide of off stump, and Walton leaves. Harrison also one of those people who's got 2 surnames. And a first name. Depends if you like Ford or Harrison, I suppose. Anyway, here's Thompson bowling to Walton, that's into the leg side, and there is no run. Maybe we should just concentrate on the cricket. 77 overs remaining for us to do so today, and Yorkshire are is that into the 77th over, or is that 77 overs complete? I never know with these scores.
We're into the 78th.
Right. As Walton watches, he's watching the ball really well, played that late, dropped it down just to the side of the stumps. Brooke Guest cleaned it up. Thompson, shirt untucked, round the wicket. Walton uses his feet this time to push it back to the bowler. Couple of taps of the bat. And this time from the crease, he's working one into the onside where Rees does the fielding. I haven't seen Lewis Rees this morning, but we are, 3 overs, or 2 after this, away from a second new ball being available. Thompson in again. Ooh, that one keeping slightly on the low side, but again, very well watched by James Walton, who pushes it out into the offside. No run. So, end of that over. 78 now complete, 342 for 5, with Walton 151 and Tattersall 65, in a partnership worth quite a lot, actually.
177.
Correct.
That's on my computer. I knew you regretted saying what you were about to say as soon as you'd said it. The over rate's gone to -2 now on the scoreboard, so it's an absolute triumph this morning for Derbyshire. Here comes Mitch Wagstaff, continuing, bowls one on the leg stump, and it's whipped away by Tattersall down towards long leg. It'll be fielded by Sam Connors. They'll come back for 2. Tattersall will move to 67, and Yorkshire to 344.
And we know Tats, when he gets to the end of a run to come back for a second, he gets so low with that extension of the arm with the bat tapping. It's a bit like a speed skater, you know, when they go...
Yes, touching the floor.
Yeah.
Next delivery is wide of the off stump. It's in the air, but it's over the top of an Aaron Donald and out towards Ross Whiteley off Tattersall's bat. He picks up a single, 68, 345 for 5. Just reaching for that one a little bit as a result. Went looping in the air as Wagstaff bowls wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Walton. Broadcast pretends he's going to whip off the bails, but doesn't, because it would have just held us up. His next delivery is clubbed into the leg side. It really was clubbed into the leg side. Around the boundary goes, I think, Dupavalon in the far distance, and they come back for 2 more. It wasn't too far to the left of Lewis Rees. I don't think it is Dupavalon, actually. And the clue is...
Donald, maybe?
No, he's at the cover, but he's a long way away. That one just touched back towards Mitch Wagstaff.
26.
Oh, it's Nick Potts, substitute fielder. Apologies for not recognising Nick Potts. Hasn't played this season. Here comes Wagstaff to complete the over. Bowls to Walton, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Yorkshire 347 for 5.
Yeah, what are we at? 12:01. Still half an hour away from the day's first.
over from Alex Thompson begins. First one comes off the pads of Johnny Tattersall into the hands of an Aaron Donald at short leg. 3-4-7 for 5. Thompson is in again, and that one turns and is turned nicely into the leg side by Tattersall. Pottsfield's single taken, 348 for 5. Thompson bowls a little quicker, that one. Turn into the leg side. 348 for 5. Lead 272. Yeah, no success in the first hour as James Wharton goes along on his merry way. He's 153 not out. Johnny Tattersall 69 not out. They've moved up to 349 for 5 now, Yorkshire. It means that they lead by 272. All this after Derbyshire were bowled out for just 76 in 27 overs and 4 balls yesterday. Yorkshire 349 for 5.
And again, no run. Passing pigeon as Thompson comes in. Tattersall again drops this one down backward of square. And pots round to field. Keeps them honest and at the same end. So that is the end of 80 overs. De Pavillon coming back on the field to replace Zach Chappell, who's going for a breather. Are we going to go with the new ball? Not by the looks of it. Looks as though Mitch Wagstaff is going to continue at Yon Lake End.
All right.
Happen, that knows. I'll go to the foot of our stairs.
Yes. First ball of Mitch Wagstaff's latest over is through to Brooke Guest, and there is no run. It's his 12th over of the day.
H is apparently fine for Harrison. I'm allowed to call him H.
Okay. Next delivery beats Wharton as he goes back.
That's going to be in my new book of 101 imaginative nicknames.
H.
But all good bookstores soon.
There's Waggy in and bowls. That's wide of the off stump and left alone by Wharton. I imagine he's Waggy, Mitch Wagstaff. That's how they Potsy and Louis, Lloydie, Donaldy. In comes Wagstaff again, very wide of the off stump this time. And must have had Sue Redfern twitching a little bit there, as it was taken a long way outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. Getting through the over nice and quickly though. Yorkshire 349, and now it's 350 with a glorious cover drive from James Wharton. Once it had beaten Nye Donald, it was always going to make it to the boundary. David Lloyd couldn't get there in time. The 350 is up for Yorkshire. They're 353 for 5 as Wharton moves on to 158.
Yeah, super shot, just a bit of width to work with, but nailed it, got it along the deck all the way. Hit the gap.
Just the 2 double teapots out there at the moment, which is not a bad count. As he goes back into his crease this time, Wharton turns it into the leg side for a single. Moves on to 159, and Yorkshire at the end of the over are 354 for 5 now, with Tattersall on 69, and it means they lead by 278.
And good afternoon to Miriam in Brighton, who's sent us an email saying 150 is definitely a thing. Yorkshire even produced a tea towel. I'd forgotten about this one, but yeah, thanks Miriam. So tea towel with all the names of Yorkshire players who've got 150 or more in innings from 1863 to 2012. Giles Brophy, Adam Lythe, Joe Root, and so on it goes. And in comes Thompson. That's turned to leg by Wharton. And there is no run. Even the man who walked past us earlier, G. Boycott's got several entries. H. Sutcliffe, G. H. Hurst, M.D. Moxon, L. Utton. Oh, big blow from James Wharton, which has gone over the top of the little jousting tent away to our right into the trees for 6 runs wide of long on. And playing with the spin, such as it is, well worth a half dozen and maybe 1 or 2 more. 360 for 5. He's on to 165 now. Thompson coming in again. Ooh, and this one doesn't bounce wide of off stump. Wharton having it the 6. It's a completely different delivery, which is good from the bowler's point of view. Unfortunately for him, it was wide of off stump and through to the gloves of Brooke Guest. Thompson in again, and Wharton goes back to play this one. No run. Brian Close, Jack Rudolph, Anthony McGrath, some of the names on there. Willie Watson.
Well, it's commendable
Wilfred Rhodes, Darren Lehman.
that they produced this tea towel, and I have no objection to the production of said tea towel.
Brian Stott, lovely shot down the ground this time from Wharton, and Potts does the fielding at long on 1 run.
When I say
Shall I leave it there?
Well, no,
Andrew Gale.
you can carry on, which I'm sure you will.
Norman Yardley.
When I say it's not a thing, if you try to find anywhere on any of the statistical websites how many 150s a player has got, I mean, that's a completely separate thing.
As this one is flicked into the leg side by Tattersall. He's going to pick up 4 more here. It went straight through Lewis Rees. Attempted dive, and there's a fumble as well on the boundary edge. Not the best piece of fielding. He had a lot more time to see it as well. Come on, 10 press-ups for that.
He almost got done by the rope, though.
Yeah.
They'll bounce off the rope that people should be aware of now.
365 for 5. I was watching some highlights. It might have been here yesterday, and one did skip off the rope, and somebody was waiting to field it, and like the brain had no idea that this ball might bump off the rope. And he did hit him on the shoulder, I think, something like that.
You watched highlights of yesterday's play.
Yeah. I just wanted to listen to your commentary again.
Blimey.
And that's another Derbyshire wicket.
Mitch Wagstaff begins a new over. That one is cut out to the cover boundary, but it's filled about Ross Whiteley by James Wharton. He moves to 167, 366 for 5. Gloomy at Chesterfield, but the wind just seems to have dropped for a moment as that one is defended off the back foot by Tattersall. You'd think I would get a bit more oomph into Derbyshire wickets, because I see them on a regular basis. The ground staff are starting to make their way around to the covers, which is never a good sign. That one is defended by Tattersall, straight back to Wagstaff. Blakey leading the way. Big smile on his face. Loves a bit of hard work, Blakey. I'm not sure he is going to the just sort of hovering.
Just had a visit from Ryan Duckett, wasn't it, Chief Exec?
Yes.
Looking very smart.
He won't be helping with the covers. Tattersall pushes that one out into the offside.
Looking very official, or maybe officious.
I think he is quite official. By the very nature of his job. Here comes Wagstaff again, wide of the off stump, cut away by Tattersall out to Whiteley, single taken, 367 for 5. So I suppose, well, 250 would get the round of applause as well, wouldn't it? But again, not a thing really. Statistically. That one is launched back down the ground for 6. That's another fine shot, halfway, 3/4 of the way up this sight screen at the far end of the ground, out towards long off by James Wharton. He's enjoyed himself out there now, isn't he? 6 sixes in this innings to go with his 21 fours. 173 not out. Yorkshire 373 for 5.
It's a cracking shot. There's a try. A full 6 points there.
90 added this morning.
Is that what it is?
90, yeah, just to flag that one up. 90. fantastic.
Great. Smashing.
Super. And there's been no taking of the new ball here. Oh, David Lloyd is even getting loose by the looks of things to bowl some of his little darters.
Well, medium pace all spin, which will he go for?
Could be a combi of the pair.
Well, he bowled both in an over earlier this season. Had a changing of the guard. Stephen comes in for Henry. It is actually raining, yes, he's right.
Oh dear.
I don't know why that would necessitate Henry moving. Is he going to help with the covers?
Thompson's gone back over the wicket for the first time in a while here. Tattersall turns that one to Donald. A short leg, no run. Nobody's got the brolly up, have they? And everyone is still sitting out in it as if it isn't raining, but the observation is that it is. Thompson in, and Tattersall, lovely shot by Johnny Tat. That's a very, very typical Tattersall shot, and that's just as good as we've seen throughout here, really. He's going to pick up 3. Mike, you know, he was thinking about getting a hurry up on and trying coming back for the 4th. Good piece of fielding to stop that and deny him the boundary, but it really was a lovely shot. Just a touch play down through third man. Late cut. 376 for 5. He's on to 77 now, and a big opportunity for him here. 173 for Wharton. Partnership now 208 as Wharton turns this one into the leg side. In fact, my apologies, 211 from 275 balls. No run. We're going to have a break in play of, who knows, it could be terminal for the day if some forecasts are to be believed. Wharton turns this one out to mid-wicket. Whiteley does the fielding. Yeah, very much is raining at the moment, but still can't see. It's almost as the spectators don't want it to go off, so they're refusing to put their umbrellas up.
It's not heavy rain, is it, at the moment? Just freshen the pitch up.
Yeah. Second new ball to be taken. As Tattersall leaves this latest delivery, which felt like it was an arm ball. Straight on, wide of off stump.
There's a little band of rain just coming in, and then after that there's some brightness, or less rain.
Thompson to Tattersall, who steps back to cut. Again, the ball doesn't appear to deviate much, but Guest took it though. End of the over. 377 for 5, Tattersall 77. And Wharton on 174. They resumed this morning on 283 for 5. And yeah, they've gone pretty well. And 94.
Pretty well, yeah. Well, we had one false shot. A couple of missed cut attempts, but one false shot.
To bowl from the lake end, David Lloyd.
There we go. Lloyd is on. I think he's going to bowl spin from the lake end. Oh, that wasn't thunder. That's always reasonably terminal, isn't it, thunder? Once they're off. If it's any lightning, you have to wait 20 minutes until...
Yeah, especially with electrics and the metal metal frame to this marquee, whatever you call it.
I was thinking one of the players, the ball was pushed out into the offside, but you're right. You're not allowed to touch the covers if there's lightning about. So that would cause an issue. Certainly in club cricket, I assume it's the same in...
Let's put a pair of rubber gloves on, shall we?
Yeah, that'll do
pair
it.
of marigolds.
That'll do it. When the T20 game against whoever it was, Notts possibly. Lloyd comes in and bowls. This one is pulled into the leg side by Tattersall for a single. He moves on to 78, 379 for 5. No, it's Northamptonshire. The game was halted by torrential rain and a huge thunderstorm. Lloyd is in again, and that one is pushed straight back to him. Well, sort of straight back to him, he missed it, and then they declined the single. I don't think it was there in the end as the fielder gets around from mid-off to do the fielding. The ground staff started to cover the square. As soon as the lightning came, they just ran off. It was brilliant. Next delivery is punched down the ground by Wharton for a single. Lloyd did put the dive in but couldn't get that. It might be pots down there, it might not.
We had a thing at
It isn't.
Leicester last September where it was really, really windy and that on and off for rain and they could barely hold the covers.
And they're quite dangerous, aren't they?
Yeah.
Down the leg side, this one left alone by Tattersall. Did think about sweeping. Yes, I saw a couple of videos in September. There's one at Old Trafford as well where they declined to put the big covers on because of the wind. They pull arms out of sockets, kind of stuff like that. Just a little pause here as Tattersall works out where all the fielders are. Lloyd is on his way in. That one is driven straight back to him by Tattersall, the end of David Lloyd's first over. So that is now, is that 8 bowlers used? I think it is. Madsen and Donald haven't bowled.
There's you and Griff as well, don't forget.
Yeah.
Stephen,
and
might get a couple of overs in from this end.
Yeah.
Just saying you might bowl a couple from this end.
We're looking for that's 8 bowlers used now.
Puffin Billy might do a couple at the far end.
Not sure about his action there. Not sure what he's going to bowl, but
Chucker Khan. 380 for 5 then. Thompson continuing at the pavilion end to Wharton. Goes back foot and drops this into the leg side. Reese round to field. Still just a little bit of light drizzle, but again still looking around. No brollies up. Very wide on the crease. Thompson coming round the wicket again and Wharton watchful once more. Great concentration from this pair.
they left the hotel rooms this morning, the supporters here in the houses, and thought, it's nice and sunny, we won't need a brolly.
Oh, maybe they haven't brought them with them. Yeah, that's true. Wharton this time pulls one into the leg side. Jack Chappell round from long onto field, and they pick up 2 runs. So 382 for 5. Wharton on to 178. Partnership 217. Good day so far for the White Rose here. And in comes Thompson. That is turned into the leg side by James Wharton's no run. You can all hear your co-commentator's phone call on the stream, says Andrew Clark.
Co-commentator's phone call? I haven't made a phone call. Have you made a phone call?
No, were you on the phone at all during
No,
your update?
Never been on the phone.
Thompson in, that's turned into the leg side.
What they can hear on the stream is me talking to the studio. And there is, as I explained on the stream, there is nothing I can do about that, given the way that we have to operate here.
Outground cricket, being as it is. Thompson is in, and back foot. Wharton watchful and defends again. Another over ticked off. There's been many of those so far this morning, going through nearly 20 already. 382 for 5. Jim Green says the stream has shown a replay of Zach Chappell eating a banana. This is a first for me. Well, it would have been for me as well had I seen it, Jim, but thanks for pointing that one out.
What's his partnership worth now?
It's worth 217.
The previous best 6th wicket standers. David Lloyd begins a new over from the leg, and it's defended by Tattersall. Was for the with the 6th wicket, aren't we? It was 178 between Robinson and Burton at the Circle in Hull in 1921.
So a record 6 wicket stand for Yorkshire between the counties.
Which had stood for more than 100 years. That one is cut backward of square by Tattersall for a single. He moved to 79. 383 for 5.
It's Circle. You've got to say it's Circle.
Circle. Yeah. Here comes Lloyd. I don't do accents. That one is clipped into the leg side by Wharton, fielded by Donald. And there's no run. Now the site of Hull City's ground, or Hull FC's ground, depending on what your number one sport is, of course, turned into the leg side again by Wharton. And Donald once again does the fielding. 383 for 5 it remains. That's punched into the ground and back to Lloyd by Wharton. The rain is pesky now. You can see it in the trees, but it seems to be getting brighter, which is good news as Lloyd bowls to Wharton. Hands almost on his head, but not quite. From David Lloyd as he fields off his own bowling into the over. 383 for 5, 178 to Wharton, 79 to Tattersall.
Alfred Mins Pads says, good afternoon. If we're to argue that 150s aren't a thing, as they aren't recorded statistically, then the same can be said for doubles, etc. The prominent website for all things cricket records, all scores over 99 as hundreds.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a good shout as well. Bang to rights. I don't really understand what
The first movement of the day, I think these people might not be getting out of the rain, they might be just going inside for food.
Yeah.
It's that time of day, isn't it? 12:22, which reminds me I've got to do an update at 12:30. As Thompson is into Tattersall, solidly behind it, and there is no run.
First update of the match, don't you?
First update of the match, yeah, nobody was interested yesterday. Well, actually, no, nobody was interested, but after a debacle at Scarborough last week, Sunday updates were called off. Thompson in, that's turned backward of square by Tattersall, and there is one run.
A debacle, you're saying?
A debacle.
Yeah. With that new record being set here at Queen's Park, it now means that 4 of the 10 partnership records that Yorkshire have against Derbyshire have been here at Queen's Park.
It's a great ground for us. I've always said that, apart from in T20 cricket, is Wharton. It's one in the air, Thompson diving for it. And it didn't feel like it was wholehearted, but anyway, he didn't manage to get his hand on it. Maybe it was past him. Hard to tell from this angle. Chapel Fields, one run.
The big one to get will be the 7th wicket, which currently stands at 166, so entirely possible.
In comes Thompson again, and Tattersall's gone through cow corner with a one bounce 4 into the spectators, who did rather better this time than with the previous one. Same man, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they're better with the bouncing ball, aren't they, rather than the one that rolls along the ground and hits the rope. That one didn't touch the rope, it went over it, of course.
To be fair, after one or two bits of fielding we've seen, he could be the sub. Get him some whites on next time somebody wants to come off to nip to the loo, you could do an over. 389 for 5, Tattersall, really big opportunity for him here, 84 not out. Thompson in, Tattersall pushing into the offside, no run.
And that 7th wicket stand, 1886 it goes back to. The recreation ground in Holbeck.
Holbeck?
Mm-hmm. But it's nice to see that in the records, but...
Holbeck leads.
I assume so.
Tattersall flicking one through the same area along the deck all the way this time. That's a beautiful shot. And Yorkshire Steve is going to field it out there. Gets out of his chair. Cracking shot. 2 of those in the over, taking to 88. 393 for 5.
I don't know if you've noticed what they're sitting under, those people there.
Oh yeah, they're sitting on umbrellas. They're only 2 on the ground, I think.
And there's
one down there.
There is a black
4,
one at the far end now. Yeah, not many though.
5 umbrellas.
Any advance on 5. David Lloyd to continue from the lake end.
5. I understand you're in the spoon trade. Remember that?
It's Lloyd bowling. That one is played back to him by Wharton. Lloyd turns around and has a look at the stumps, but Tattersall hadn't left his ground.
So much more interesting than selling outboard motors.
This one is turned into the leg side by
Outboard motor.
by Wharton. And there is no run.
We've got to do something to pass the time of
I
day.
think they can take those umbrellas down. It's raining a bit, but blimey, you don't need an umbrella in this weather. That one is a short delivery that bounces from David Lloyd and pulled around the corner by Wharton, but straight to the fielder. I'm not sure what kind of delivery that was. It was fielded by Thompson.
Marvellous, magnificent.
Lloyd's next delivery almost sneaks past Wharton, but not quite. Say almost. Probably nowhere near sneaking past. 393 for 5. Wharton pulls this next Lloyd delivery out into the leg side, and it's gone for 4. I thought Sam Connors was going to get there, but it was hit pretty hard by James Wharton. He moves into the 180s now. 183 not out. 397 for 5 Yorkshire.
Something very special happening here. Nearly up to a 4th batting point.
Absolutely, and I'm getting quite excited for that. Lloyd in again. This one is clipped wide of Lloyd's dive up towards long on for a single by Wharton, who will keep the strike at 184 not out. 398 for 5 Yorkshire, 88 to Tattersall. If this update had been 5 minutes later, it would have been in danger of crossing a century, a double century, and all sorts.
Absolutely, it would have been. Yeah. And we don't want those sort of updates because you never get all the facts right.
Well, you can never get it. Well,
never get all the facts right.
20 seconds, so yeah, you can't get much information in there. Darren, Pavillon is back. I wonder if they're going to take the new ball. Bruce Rees warming up as well. They haven't taken it yet, as far as I'm aware.
I did once get told off for an update going on too long.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Rambling, were you?
Well, no, I was given.
Well, it's kind of your grip, but we're on air, and no, leave it there. It's offered as pork pie.
20 seconds. I was given
thinking of?
26, I think, in a rugby league game at Dewsbury, and I got the buzz down the line.
Get off.
Yeah, very good. I said 20. Okay, sorry. Do Pavillon.
I don't know. He's eating it after what he had for breakfast.
Down the incline from the pavilion end, right arm over, and then he's pushed into the offside by Wharton. First sign of seam bowling. He's almost an hour and a half into day 2. And they haven't taken the second, have they? Just yet. Maybe just giving him a couple of looseners. We'll see if he can do anything with the old ball.
Chappell opened up, didn't he?
Oh, of course he did, yeah. Yeah. There you see, it's so long ago that the short-term memory can't cope with that.
It was a while ago, to be fair. But
To Pavillon from the Pavillon end. In he comes, and that's pushed into the offside by Wharton, and there is no run. Nothing more to say about that, really.
absolutely nothing.
Well, it is 12:29, so I suppose I better go and do my 12:30 update. Could I leave you to do the rest of this?
No,
Thank you.
I can cope. 398 for 5, then Yorkshire on the brink of another very exciting bonus point, which ultimately will count for nothing. And the new ball has been taken as well. Look at that, there we go. It's all kicking off now. At 398 for 5. With Wharton on 184 and on strike. Tattersall on 88, and in goes Du Pavillon, and it's driven very nicely by Wharton straight out to the cover boundary for 4. So that's made all the difference. The 400 is up for Yorkshire, 402 for 5. Wharton moves to 188 here in the drizzle at Queen's Park. David Griffin is trying to mouth something to me, but unfortunately he's got a mouthful of pork pie, and it's not making much sense.
Ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen,
yes, good shout. And they are going off for rain now as well, which is a shame. Well, it isn't a shame for Derbyshire, with Yorkshire on 402 for 5. One ball after the new ball was taken. Wharton on 188, and Tattersall on 88. No joy for Yorkshire this morning. The crashing you will hear momentarily is the covers. Coming on. It is raining quite steadily now, I think it's fair to say. And that is the 7th time in a row that Derbyshire have conceded 400 in the first innings of a first-class match. You don't win many games of cricket when you concede 400. in the first innings of a match. Mind you, you don't win many games of cricket when you're bowled out for 76 in the first innings of a match either. So, and they're not going to win this one either, because Yorkshire are very firmly in control. They are 402 for 5, halfway through the 90th over, 89 overs and 3 balls. And their lead is 326. And when it stops raining, if they don't take an early lunch, which is something they did yesterday, of course, we'll be back on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Derbyshire stream.
Off stump. Morton plays a cut shot after the ball's gone. No run.
What do you think the plan is? Get to 450, pull out, bowl Derbyshire out in the remaining 50 overs of the day?
Not sure on the actual pulling out bit.
2 days of golf?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure every day off is appreciated given the schedule.
Well, that's rubbish, isn't it?
Might give an extra day's T20 practice, seeing as they're back in that mode on Friday. Ball short of length from Dupavilon, pushed into the offside by Wharton, completes that over.
Who do you play Friday?
Birmingham, Birmingham heading link.
Very nice. Always like a game against Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Lewis Rees is going to take the new ball from the Lake End. It ends David Lloyd's 3-over spell, conceded 9 runs as they got the over rate to +2
Marvellous.
from -5. The wind is, I don't know if you can hear that, the wind is getting up. Wary of the creaking of the Velcro, which is holding the effects microphone up just above us. Here comes Rees then bowling to Johnny Tattersall. He's on 88 and he defends the first ball that he faces this afternoon up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by the optimistically sun-hatted Zach Chappell.
Yeah, it's developed. It's a good fit with this wind in there, as it could be in the lake, Tim.
A split second. That's why I don't really like them. They do blow off a lot, don't they?
Yeah.
Rees bowls. Tattersall defends into the offside. Connors picks up. Wimbledon today. You like Wimbledon?
Yeah,
I don't mind a bit of Wimbledon.
Bit of Wimbledon, yes.
I quite like the first week. I like the first week.
I've never been.
No, I haven't.
I'd love to go.
Yeah. Olympics around the corner. I like the Olympics.
Yeah, me too. I mean, remember when you were kids and used to do tennis in the backyard and the ladder as the net?
To the offside by Tattersall. There's no.
Don't get me on the Olympics again. I did all that at Scarborough last week.
Oh,
we
did you?
We did do the Olympics in the street.
I love the Olympics. Much better than yet another major football tournament.
Impaled going outside to, practice the pole vault with one of your mother's knitting needles and get it wrong slightly.
How small were you? How big were knitting needles? This next one is driven nicely, and that'll be 4 runs. Tattersall moves into the 90s now. That was a glorious shot out to the cover boundary. He moves to 92, 406 for 5. Another one of those deliveries from a Yorkshire bowler that is too full and too wide.
Or even a Derbyshire one.
A Derbyshire bowler, I beg your pardon. Yes, you're absolutely right. That was in no way meant as a slight. There was a mere slip.
What was in that cheese sandwich?
Well,
Hallucinating there.
There was cheese. I enjoyed the cheese sandwich, actually. Were the chips warm? No,
Luke.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't look warm to me.
But it's so chilly for the time of year that once you opened the lid, they were rapidly cooled. Yeah.
Here's Rees again over the wicket. That one is defended by Tattersall out into the offside. Connors fields. The poor man bringing all the lunchtime stuff has been a bit thrown by early lunches on both the first 2 days. So well done to him for getting everything here in time.
We'll still be playing at lunch tomorrow, won't we? It'll be at 1 o'clock and everything will be burnt because it was ready for 12:30.
Or there'll be 9 down and we'll just carry on playing. Oh, that goes past the edge of the bat. That's a good delivery from Lewis Rees to finish the over. 406 for 5, 92 to Tattersall, 188 to Wharton. 63 overs left today. We didn't lose any overs somehow because of the rain. Well, we got an extra half an hour to play with, so presumably they went off about 12:30-ish, didn't they? So official close of play will be 6:25-ish.
Yeah, we made it through the rain.
Yes. Who
well
sang that?
protected.
That was somebody, wasn't it?
There's Bazza, of course.
Oh, right, yeah.
Not White.
No, Manlow.
Or Gibb. De Pavillon, meanwhile, bowling here to Wharton. Punches to David Lloyd at mid-off, no run.
Yes, we've had a lot of people. We've had a lot of people in the gazebo over the course of the commentary. But not until Dan Wheeldon walked in have we had somebody whose voice bleeds into the commentary. It's remarkable. Absolutely, the cricket operations manager, remarkable. He's just loud. You're responsible for a fifth of the gazebo not being in use either. It's positioning.
De Pavillon to Wharton. Punched into the offside, straight to cover though. On this occasion, no run. Yeah, well.
Surprised by the positioning of the pitch that we're playing on.
BRM realise the opportunity.
Well, don't they just? Yeah, don't they just? I have no idea what it means.
Flags. You have to realise that you've got an opportunity before you can take it, I guess. It's a bit like that old thing of you can't solve a problem until you realise you've got one in the first place.
Yeah, so true.
Pavillon, wind of off stump, Wharton leaves. God, I used to... When I worked in financial services for the first 10 years of my working life, dear me, some of the utter drivel that was thrown out there at meetings. You've got to hunt the sales.
I mean,
We're not sales, we're not advisors, we're hunters. What the...
that makes you sound a bit more, doesn't it? Did you do that a lot as well in meetings? Come on, everybody.
We didn't quite get as far as doing the basketball thing of touching hands over the top and saying 1, 2, 3 offense. But, you know, we were getting that way. De Pavillon is in. Oh, Wharton, has he got a nick on this one? Yes, he has, and he has been caught at slip for 188. And that is an excellent knock by James Wharton that has finally come to an end just upon a few minutes of resumption. A little push at one that was wide of off stump, but he can be very, very proud of the way he's played here and taken Yorkshire into an incredibly strong position alongside Johnny Tattersall with that knock. And he's going to get very warm applause from his teammates. You can probably hear them on the balcony away to our left. James Wharton, well done. Highest first-class score of 188. 406 for 6 now, Yorkshire. And Jordan Thompson makes his way out to the middle to try and hit the lake.
Absolutely. 241 balls, 23 fours, 6 sixes. Aaron Donald with the catch, a second slip. I must admit, I couldn't work out whether it was Donald or, from our angle, whether it was Donald or Madsen.
Which is why when I left the balls there for you to fill in the gap, you didn't take it.
No, I didn't know. I've been proved wrong on many, many occasions during my career. I say career. And I've learned to leave those gaps. I think it's safer.
So the partnership was?
241. A Yorkshire record against Derbyshire.
So, left-hand, right-hand combi. Thompson to face De Pavillon. You've got the wicket. Coming round the wicket. Thompson immediately blazes it away for 4. Well, why wouldn't he? Just having some practice when he's batting with his back to us to hit the lake. It was off the deck for a little while. But if you put it in his half, it will go. I think we saw that in a T20 game down here, didn't we?
Yeah.
We got a half century in yet another losing cause 3 or 4 years ago.
He is the ultimate entertainer. We all know, of course.
You can hear Marvin Hamlish playing in the background right now.
What he does.
De Pavillon to Thompson. For us is that one. Yours, Graham Hardcastle. Ooh, John Heald, in fact. The man with the big lens. Had a bigger problem trying to reel the ball in. And Tomo with successive boundaries to kick off the innings.
It was a poor effort, really, wasn't it, by the snapper. stuck out a right hand.
You'd have thought he might have stopped it with his lens.
I think he'd have rather broken his fingers than his lens. They're cheaper to fix, I would have thought. But good that Derbyshire managed to get rid of Wharton, because that slowed things down considerably, hasn't it? He's got 8 off 2 balls. Jordan Thompson. He's thinking, right, I'm going to quick 50 here, but I'm going to have to get most of these runs because we're declaring at 450. So,
well, that's what it felt like, didn't it, with the way he's just come and introduced himself to the Derbyshire bowling.
He's just gone up to Johnny Tattersall and said, look, mate, just run a single. I'll take over. I've got it. It is Tattersall on strike for a new over from Lewis Rees from the Lake End. 414 for 6, as that one is allowed to go past the off stump by Tattersall. So it was 330 the lead, wasn't it, when the wicket fell? It's probably enough. Well, it almost certainly is enough. You would have thought. Still 2 slips though for Lewis Rees, man on the point boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg on the boundary as well as a long leg. And Rees is in. Tattersall defends. Pushes it up towards Lewis Rees. And there's no run. Those games yesterday, in which entered their 3rd innings of the match on day 1, are still in the 3rd innings of the match, remarkably. Leicestershire 154 for 4 lead Middlesex by 247 now, with what, two days and 2 sessions to go after this. So Middlesex in all sorts of trouble. Sussex, well, they're on top against Northamptonshire. As Rees is in again and bowls to Tattersall, who cuts this away nicely out towards the point boundary for a single. He moves to 93, 415 for 6. Sussex 179 for 5 in their 2nd innings, leading Northamptonshire by 225. Gloucestershire have edged their noses back in front down in Cheltenham. They're 50 for 2 in their 2nd innings, leading by 32. Here, Yorkshire leading by 339 at 415 for 6. And Jordan Thompson, who's hit 2 fours in the 2 deliveries he's faced so far, pushes this one out into the offside from Lewis Rees, rather disappointingly. Alex Thompson fields. And there's no run. I can't work out if there's rain in the air, which I think there is.
Yes.
Or I'm just getting dripped on from a hole in the roof of the gazebo. But it's definitely raining again, isn't it? It didn't rain at all after they went off and then took lunch, of course. As Rees is on his way in and bowls to Thompson, who clips this nicely into the leg side for a single. Moves on to 9, 416 for 6. Brings Johnny Tattersall back on to strike. 7 away from potential 3 figures. Batted really nicely. 150 deliveries, 11 fours. And he waits. Rees runs up the hill, over the wicket, bowls to him, and he drives it pleasantly up to Zach Chappell. And the over comes to an end. So a good over from Lewis Rees. Only 2 runs conceded. Have a look for the positives after the 8-run over, which also contained a wicket prior to that, bowled by Darren Dupavilon. Rees has got 2 for 67 from his 20 overs now, so he's bowled pretty well. Dupavilon 2 for 66 from 12.
Apparently 3rd seed Arina Sabalenka has had to pull out due to a shoulder injury. There you go, there's your first Wimbledon news of the day. Quite astonishing.
I did see that Raducanu's opponent, who was a top 30 opponent, pulled out and replaced by a lucky loser, if there is such a thing.
Yeah. So, in the Derbyshire rain, Dupavilon is preparing to bowl here. David Lloyd has a quick word in his shell-like, and in he comes to bowl to Jordan Thompson, who's not out on 9 at 416 for 6. Babylon in, wide of off stump, Thompson leaves. And here we go.
Yeah.
They're going to go
They're
have a
going
chat
off,
with
eh?
each other.
It's always after the first ball that De Pavlin's bowled with something. Last time it was the first ball with a new ball. This time it's the first ball of an over. And I can't imagine for a minute they're going to stay out in this, are they?
No, covers
That
go
Wayne
back
Madson's
on.
already removed the stumps.
There we go then. 416 for 6. Stand so far worth 10 for the 7th wicket, and Talasol will be stuck in the 90s for a little while longer.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players are coming off the range.
The requisite touch of gloves on bat between the pair of them.
That's why they're coming off. We just announced it. Coming off
Ready.
for rain, apparently. I didn't realise until it was announced then. I hadn't realised why they were coming off, but
Yeah.
I think it's the rain. Yeah. Officially raining now that the scorer has said it.
Absolutely magnificent. And look at the technique of the covers here. I mean, look at that. Literally manned, one man. And the speed at which he's travelling, you can see this is a well-practiced
In these,
drill.
I think in these parts it
This is a
probably is. Yes.
well-practiced drill.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bit of the formation, a bit like the Red Arrows. It's the Friends of Queen's Park cricket formation.
Look at that. One's just turned there as well. Like,
Oh,
it's
goodness
beautiful.
me. Maybe
Yeah.
that's part of the design to get
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it is. Look at it. There, that's it. They turned it.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Fantastic. That's going to slot in the final piece of the jigsaw, and then the big cover will come on. So, oh no, who's turned back now? Then somebody's going to be. There's going to be a high-level meeting about this later.
Oh, they've got the hose pipe slightly tangled there, haven't they?
Yeah, but I mean, come on, it was out of kilter. You wouldn't get that with the Red Arrows, would you? So it needs to be.
Well, it's probably more dangerous if the Red Arrows get out of kilter than if somebody pushing a cover does.
Well, you say that, but you know. Magnificent. It was probably the highlight of our commentary careers, I
I'd have
think.
thought so. It's coming in sideways now, by the way, which isn't necessarily a good thing. A lot of people running for cover, and there isn't an awful lot of cover, as you'd expect here at the outground at Queen's Park in Chesterfield. And we will almost certainly pack in for the time being. I think that makes more sense than us just commentating on covers being pushed on. With Yorkshire on 416 for 6, Tattersall 93, Thompson 9, and the lead. Go on.
Have I had all my cover stats there ready for it? I mean, so just give me the names of the chaps again.
I've no idea what the names are.
The fellow at the front, I think he's pushed the covers on 432 times in an unbroken stand with his mate at the other end.
Yorkshire lead by 340. We'll be back when it stops raining.
Oh, go on.